coming forward with your steer for classification. And with our first class of black crosses entering the show ring, this is a class that has 54 entries, ranging in weight from 1,000 to 1,230 pounds, and we will be placing 6. Attention steer exhibitors, middleweight black crosses need to be moving toward classification. Again, middleweight black crosses start moving toward classification. And with us again this morning, as has been throughout the week, our judges, Chris Mullenix from Manhattan, Kansas, from the Kansas State University, and Krisha Gifford from Reedsburg, Wisconsin.
Well, absolutely, been an outstanding event so far with the first 2 days behind us and the end yet to come, and excited to see what enters the ring. Awesome group of kids out here, and the cattle are very, very good as well, and ultimately going to excuse some that certainly possess the right pieces, but maybe without the extras as we set them into motion. And a perfect example is the calf right here. He's one that's stout enough in that regard. We set him into motion, maybe doesn't fill his tracks and handle himself with quite as much ease and comfort, but a very nice individual in terms of power. This young lady has a steer here that's very, very good in terms of his silhouette. He's really high in the way he attaches his neck to his shoulder, so it just lends your eye to him. You get down to the seat of his pants, though. He flattens up and needs to have more ultimate power. Another good line steer here, maybe a little immature yet in his forerib and just his overall flank. Feedability is definitely not an issue here. This calf looks like he can do that, convert feed to gain. Unfortunately, just needs to come with more squareness of overall muscle shape. Another one that levels up in terms of his lines right here that the young lady shows as he gets out and goes, maybe doesn't handle that hip and leg just quite appropriately. A lot of very nice cattle are going to exit the ring. Certainly appreciate all of their hard work throughout the year. Please join me in putting your hands together and giving them a round of applause.
Attention in the barn, our middleweight class of black crosses, we're needing 3 steers. We're needing steer number 55410. Steer number 55410, you need to come forward to classification. We also need steer number 60716, and we need steer 63250. Once again, we're needing 3 steers for the middleweight black cross. 63250, 60716, and steer 55410 needs to come forward.
Well, good morning and excited to be here. And yes, if you think my voice is terrible, I agree. But I could not be any more excited to be here. And we're going to try to limit some discussion, but make sure we cover everything we need to so these young people know exactly where they are. I feel awesome. I am ready for a big day and cannot wait to share my thoughts on these young people. But great set to start off the morning. Man, I'm sorry. We're just going to talk the sailmakers. Good steer here. The Baldy steer handles awesome. His cover is dead on the money. He's very muscular. Sound enough. Change his hind leg set just a little bit and neaten him there in the floor of his chest. Those are the big things to me. Stout calf that comes next. Love his power and bone work. Still gets out and goes. Needs to be neater at the base of his shoulder, through the floor of his chest and out of his hip just a little bit, but a power steer that can still get out and motor in terms of feet and leg structure. So we move up from there. I thought there were 3 steers that kind of separated themselves. As a calf we pulled back off the wall and saw him as he came in. His look and balance is excellent. Sound and good in his structure. If he had a little more muscle, you're talking about being in the top 3, no question. But just not quite stout enough, needs to be powered up. 3rd place steer here, good calf, fundamental calf. Not the extra look of that top pair, but I really, really like his freshness, his handling quality. He's still good enough in his structure. Just need to neaten him up and give him a little more look to compete with that top pair. But a good calf that I really, really like his freshness and his handling quality. As that top pair makes their way back in, give those 2 young ladies a big round of applause. Excellent, excellent pair of steers. And yet for me, the minute they hit the ring, we had about a dozen of them pulled into the middle, still waiting on a few more to come in the ring. And I said to Chris, I said, we got a darn good one up there. And this one kind of hit me hard when he came in the ring and remains that way, an easy winner. Easy winner. And I think, the biggest difference between him and twofold. Presentation, just his skin and hair, just a fresher look at a first glance. And then his hock is significantly better. He's got more flex and reach out of his hock. He goes better off of his hind leg. Really a nice touch to that steer. Told the young lady, no need to loin him because he can get a little easy in his top at times anyhow. But man, we set him in motion and that top line pulls together almost freakishly long out of his front end. That chest sets in him good. That is a great, great way to start the morning and show you a trend of the kind of cattle we hope to find. Black and white steer. Yeah, give her a nice round of applause. Excellent calf. Black and white steer is very good, though. Very, very good. We clean his hock up and give him a little more flex there. Then we're talking about it being a closer pair because he handles just like the winner. In spite of a little drier kind of hair and skin coat on him, he's still big, big topped and still very, very correctly finished. And he's proportional. He balances out incredibly well from the side. I just need him to go better off that hind leg to consider a switch there. Excellent class. Really deep, really good all the way down that line. Give him one more nice round of applause, if you would, on a good set of cattle and kids. Thanks. Good job, bud. Good job, girl. Way to go.
Laney. A reminder to all steer exhibitors in the barn, you cannot bring your cell phone with you as you come to classification toward the show ring. Again, make sure you leave your cell phone at your stalling area as you come forward for classification and showing. In our first class abroad, Black Crosses first place went to Peyton de Cordova, Limestone County 4-H. Second place, Harley Smith, Waller County 4-H. Third place, Luke Bimslager of Samuel Clemens FFA. Fourth place, Callie Matthews, San Patricio County 4-H. Fifth place went to Brooklyn Fritz of Medina County 4-H. Sixth place went to Reagan Chesser, Karnes County FFA. And with the middleweight class of the Black Crosses entering the show ring, this is a class that ranges in weight from 1,231 pounds to 1,397 pounds, and again we'll be placing 6. The class entering the show ring now will have 58 entries.
As I was going through handling the cattle, I asked one young man how he was today, and he said, "Ma'am, I'm a little nervous." And I said, "That's good. If you're not nervous, it doesn't mean anything." Guys, there's lots of emotion that goes into this, and obviously you're vying for 6 sale spots in this class, and ultimately you have to get into the center of the ring to achieve that. And so I understand that this can be a roller coaster from up early and all the hours you've invested time, and this is a year-long project and a huge investment for your family. I appreciate each and every one of your efforts out here. Just some cattle that fall short maybe in terms of balance and design. A steer here that's just really nice in terms of his lines. You do a great job of getting him stuck. He's one that needs to be stouter in his groundwork to match what he has up high, so he balances a little bit more appropriately, but still a very high quality type individual. Another calf here, it isn't a matter of muscle shape that gets him here. He's good in that regard, maybe just a little bit coarser about his chest floor. Just a fundamental kind of market steer here. Love his rib cage, just isn't quite as extended up front, so he doesn't catch your attention quite as well in terms of a balance standpoint. I think the true difference between the cattle in the center and some on the edge, a little bit of it's luck. You got to have the right kind to hit them as they come in, and a lot of that goes with width at the ground that transitions into muscle shape up high, and it goes into cattle that are going to be market ready and finished and hit the rail at this particular weight and do the right things in terms of combination of quality and yield grade. Some of you are absolutely on the cusp. We've kept a lot of them in the center, but again, appreciate all of your efforts out here. A big round of applause as they head back to their stalls, please.
Attention in the barn, heavyweight black crosses. We're missing 2 steers. We are missing steer number 60367 and steer 62107. You need to bring your steers to classification immediately. That's steer number 60367 and steer 62107. Attention in the barn, we're still missing one steer for the heavyweight black crosses. Steer number 62892. Steer number 62892. We need you to come forward to classification.
Another great class here. Give these exhibitors a big round of applause here for a great middleweight set of black steers. So far, we've had 14 home remedies turned into the desk for throat. So best one, maybe we'll move you up in the sale order or something. But again, I apologize, but this is really, really a strong class. We'll get that pair of steers back out here to discuss some give and take between them in a second, because I think they are extremely, extremely good. But here on the top end, again, outstanding group of cattle. We're going to start by talking about this young guy with the black and white steer in the red sweater vest. We get that one stopped, and he's one you could make a case to move up the line. Fresh is a word that both Christian and I use to describe him. He's got a fresh look about him, a reasonably youthful look about him, and he handles very, very fresh. Very good in his top shape, really, really good. You know, if you remember, and this young man came in, this is, again, a product of a great help in the ring and getting so many good views. We pulled him toward the end, and he made the sale. And it's because we get that many good views. He's still a little too tight structured. That's why I didn't pull him the first time. But if we could loosen that hock and pastern up in him, we'd be talking about a steer that might play as high as third in this class. Need to smooth his shoulder just a little bit, pick his pins and level his hip out just a touch. But a really, really fresh, good handling steer that's got a tremendous top in him. Next young lady, secure this one's structure a little bit different. And again, much like that steer behind him, there's so many good parts. That calf is truly as bold in his rib cage, as big topped and as thick ended as anything that's in here. And he handles just like that. You come back in his hip structure, that tail head sets into him a little awkward. He's a little rounder in his hip with that tail head, so not quite as attractive there. A little coarser in his shoulder. To me, the biggest issue when we led these last four, one more time, just reading him in his hock joints, just a little too puffy in his hock. He's got some swelling on the inside portion of that hock, and he doesn't flex his pastern nearly good enough for me to get him into this top three. But man, he's a powerful dude. And when that young lady gets him stopped, she knows how to stick one and get the most out of him. Excellent, excellent steer. Third place steer, just a very comfortable third. You know, if I wish I could just look past his head. His head is a little long and mature. Looking from there back, his hind leg structure was enough better to get around what is a little stouter steer behind him. That steer needs to hook up a little stronger behind his shoulder to really balance out perfect. But very uniform in his degree of cover, and as we said, a nickel sounder than the steer that's in fourth. Left us with two cattle, and I like both of these steers really, really well. Krisha had some and I had some discussion back and forth between them. Ultimately, guys, it's tough to make them this stout and that sound. That's why that steer separates for me. He has got a absolutely huge top and a big, big hip. And he is still, amongst these top 7, 8, 9, 10 steers, the most comfortable in the way he travels off his hind leg. When we get that steer in motion, he gets stronger in his top line. He does get a little easy from time to time at the stand. I think it's because he's so loose in the way that he's built. That's why he can go so good, too. Love his hind leg, his stoutness of structure, a stout, big, round, good foot underneath of him. He just can get out and go. He's not as neat-necked or as smooth-shouldered as the calf right behind him. I get that, you know, but to me, the structure with that kind of power is the reason he sorts his way up. Steer behind him, as we said, a little more look up front. Neater necked, smoother shouldered, holds his top line a little better. Not quite as much shape through the base of his quarter, and not nearly the just extra reach going out of his hind leg, but that is a heck of a good steer, shown by one heck of a good showman here. He does an awesome job of presenting that calf and getting the most of him. Great class, guys, really deep again and powerful here on the top end. Give him a big round of applause on an excellent, excellent job. Great set of cattle.
And in the middleweight class of the Black Crosses, first place went to Kirsten Besner, Dallam County 4-H. Second place, Ace James, Grayson County 4-H. Third place, Lydia Schertz, Allen FFA. Fourth place, Lydia Brown, Ellis County 4-H. Fifth place, Corbin Serta, Guadalupe County 4-H. And sixth place, Audrey Felix, Poth FFA. And as our final heavyweight class of the Black Cross division enters the show ring, this is a class of 41 head that ranges in weight from 1,398 pounds to 1,500 pounds, and again placing 6. We have some information for all of those exhibitors that are going to make the final drive later this afternoon. Every exhibitor will get 2 passes to get into the floor of the AT&T Center. That'll be a pass for the exhibitor and for 1 handler. Every exhibitor will also have 2 rodeo tickets in their name over at the ticket booth at the southeast corner of AT&T Center. When you get the 2 free tickets for your exhibitor, you will also have the option to buy 4 more should you wish. And after 5 o'clock, if you wish to get more than the 4, you can go check to see if there's any more available. Attention steer exhibitors, the first class of AOC can be moving toward classification. The first class of AOCs can be moving to classification, please. That will be class 76.
I can't even tell you guys how much I've enjoyed this experience thus far, getting to stand at the gate and just make eye contact with Chris as he's making those initial pulls. And I can absolutely read his mind and tell what he's thinking on some of these cattle. And it is such a big general first impression, guys, to break these cattle down. And obviously structure absolutely comes into play, but the first thing you see is that head shape, and some of them, what comes after that tells the rest of the story to go with it. Young man here doing a great job with a steer that's just really level and basic in terms of his lines on the top side of his skeleton, and we love that about him. You get underneath, though, he wants to tuck up into that flank just a shot, but boy, I mean, he's one you could fall for in terms of initial impression on the top side of his skeleton. Just an absolute feeder and getter right here. There's no doubt that he goes and does the big basics of what it takes to go to the rail as a market steer and provide that meat animal shape. It just needs to be reassembled in a little bit more attractive package. Young lady, you're doing an excellent job of getting that one stuck, and that absolutely is a piece of the puzzle, and if you guys can do that, it definitely is something that gets our eye drawn to the situation to evaluate the cattle deeper as they come through. But again, just a tremendously high-quality class. Young man down here with the brockle-faced steer, another one. His lines are not in question. He parallels up, and so you're drawn to him. Just gets a little flatter in his basic build and composition. Another calf here. Starts at his head shape. We'd like to modify that, but you get down and evaluate his rib cage, and his muscularity is good there. A little off in his hip and not perfect in that regard. A very, very high-quality class. Please put your hands together in recognition for all of their hard work.
Attention in the barn, first class of the other crosses. We're missing 2 steers. We're looking for steer number 55295 and steer 57391. Again, the first class of other crosses. We need steer 55295 and steer 57391. Bring it to classification, please. I have an announcement. We have something up here at the announcer stand for Riley Red Wine. If you have lost something, come to the announcer stand, Riley Red Wine.
Well, guys, incredibly powerful class. Two steers on the top end that we really debated hard back and forth. They're going to match up with two incredible steers from that middleweight division. This is going to be a really good black cross division, and this just ran deep and really good. Give these exhibitors a big round of applause. Excellent set of cattle. I think Chris has spent some time with everything from the Baldy on down. Young lady in the red, love the feedability, the body, the easy doing look of this calf. He handles exactly like he looks. He's got the right kind of cover on him to have some quality grade potential. Backs it up with some mass and power. He doesn't balance out good enough. He's too easy in his top, and we really want to change that hind leg on him, getting a little coarser hocked, gets it up under and outside of himself as he goes. But a very nice, easy feed and practical kind of look to that guy. In contrast, the steer right here in front of him, just a different kind. He's a little more extreme for my taste, a little bigger in his frame, but I can't deny what's good about him. He is really extended and neat up front, clean there through the base of his neck and chest. He is really expressive up high, a little harsher to the touch than some of the cattle out here, and it kind of goes with his body type and maybe more extreme look. Maybe you get over that 12th and 13th rib. He's not as mellow as some of the other cattle, and you could maybe loosen him up just a touch, but a good looking steer that's really extended and neat up front. If we could change the hock on this next steer, I think it would really make a huge difference. One of my favorite steers in terms of body shape, body depth, the way that he handles over his last rib is exceptionally good. A steer that's still got plenty of muscle. I think he's got a fresh look up through his head, neck, chest. He bows his hock and just doesn't handle it good enough, and then he gets a little easy in his spine as he gets on the stand as well. But a good feeding steer that's got just a very practical body type to him. I just wish he didn't bow his hock, change that hind leg. Just a nice middle of the road, good black and white steer that comes next. Clean his hock joint up just a little bit, but he just stayed more collected at the stand in his top line than that calf that's right behind him. Doesn't blow you away with muscle as you get on top of them. All three of those steers just have a little more shape, a little more mass as you get on top of them, but a good fundamental steer once again. Good set of cattle there as we work from 4 on down. Guys, top 3, they hit us pretty hard as they came in the ring. All of them are very good. But it kind of became a top pair for us. Third's a heck of a good steer. Length of body, very muscular. To me, probably his biggest issue is the shape of those rear feet, the way he plants them, and because of the puffiness that's starting to come on his hocks, that's really the difference maker. As you back off of him, he's got enough frame and length that he maybe doesn't come off as soft in his body type, but man, that is a good looking dude that's head and neck comes out of the top of his shoulder, perfect in his top line, and as we've mentioned several times, highlighted by a showman that knows how to get it done on that steer, no doubt about it. It's little things, but this is as good a class in terms of depth as what we've had in this division, and those little things are enough to get a heck of a good steer third, but my compliments to that young lady. Now you can debate, and where you want to put your emphasis on this top pair of steers, I'm not going to argue. I think they're both extraordinarily good. Here's the differences, I guess, that I see between that pair. At the stand, the black and white or brockle-bellied calf here, I love him, and you know, to me, he's got a really fresh and pretty youthful look for this stage in the game. His biggest advantages, though, turn to his fore rib, allows him to blend smoother from shoulder into his body cavity. He's a little deeper back through his rear rib and flank, so that lower body and underline is just a little nicer. I like his head shape, and as I mentioned, just the youthfulness in that regard. Because his fore rib is a little bolder, I think it just in general, the transitions and the dimension that he's got down his top, he probably carries it just a little better into the base of his quarter. I think both steers could be modified just a little bit in their rear foot shape. Set them down a little square there. Probably the thing that I do like about our second steer is he's a little squarer on his front feet. Class winner gets a little pigeon-toed when we get him out on the lead. I'd like to change those front feet just a touch. But again, this is nitpicky little stuff that maybe a lot of people wouldn't even pay attention to. I think that's our job out here, is to find those nitpicky little things to share with you. Second place steer, if you like his extra length and that just neat extension that he's got up front, and you want to switch the pair because of it, not going to argue. Even though both could be modified in their rear foot, I probably do like the way that he goes and just comes out of his front end just a little nicer than our class winner. That's the give and take. That's the decisions you've got to make. You can flip your coin just like we did out here, because it really is that close in breaking those differences down. Great class. Give them one more hand if you would. Awesome set of steers top to bottom.
In the heavyweight class of black crosses, first place went to Aniston Patsky, Idalou FFA. Second place, Stiles Patton, Milam County 4-H. Third place, Elizabeth Norwood, Ellis County 4-H. Fourth place, Corbin Marsh, Deaf Smith County 4-H. Fifth place, Andrew Kutzenberger, Brazos County 4-H. And sixth place went to Caroline Munson, Shallow Water FFA.
We'll now be moving into our selection of our champion and reserve champion black crosses. Representing first place, Class 1, Peyton De Cordova, Limestone County 4-H. First place, middleweight, Kirsten Besner, Dallam County 4-H. In first place, our heavyweight class winner, Aniston Patsky, Idalou FFA. Our second place exhibitors, second place lightweight class, Harley Smith, Waller County 4-H. Second place middleweight class, Ace James, Grayson County 4-H. In second place in our heavyweight class, Stiles Patton, Milam County 4-H. Our judge will now be selecting our champion black cross.
Guys, what a fun dark cross, black cross division we've had to work with here. Three really strong classes, and just deep with quality, and the top end, I think, speaks for itself. Give these exhibitors a big hand as we get ready to select this champion of the morning. Awesome set of cattle. You know, I don't want to take anything away from the lightweights. They're good cattle. They're certainly deserving of being out here as representatives of that lightweight class. But the heat cranked up really fast. We got to the middleweights and the heavyweights. I think you see that in this particular lineup. And, you know, we could even go beyond the two middles and heavies to additional cattle in those two classes that are extraordinarily good. You know, as we take a look at the middle weight steer, I think a very, very unique individual. And, you know, probably a little, for most of you that have seen me judge a lot, maybe a little outside my wheelhouse in some ways. I don't know that I always need them to have that much muscle. But when they can have that much muscle and put it on a skeleton like that, then I love those kind. And what happens too often is you get them so massive, so powerful, that you end up sacrificing skeletal quality to go with that. And he doesn't do that. You know, what he needs to be is a little neater up front, a little better in his lower shoulder and chest. At times he can get a little soft in his top line. We talked about those things in class. But that is still a power steer that is very unique in the way he can couple that with correctness of structure. We had a good second place steer in that class as well. And I said, you know, if you just wanted to neck and head him out and top line him, then you could go use that steer because he's still got enough muscle. But I thought that one was pretty unique. And there maybe wasn't that in that middleweight class. There wasn't that one that had just the primo elite show steer look to get around him. And then they came. And two heavyweight steers that I think are extraordinarily good. We've already broke the two of them down. You know, that middleweight steer is unique, but this steer's got the look. He's got the quality. He is fresh. He handles right. That steer's got equal as unique a look to him, still gets out and moves and travels good. You know, I know we got into the nitpicky things, but those two cattle present tremendous good to me. Heavyweights are going to be your champion and your reserve.
And your champion is Aniston Patsky, Idalou FFA. And your reserve black cross goes to Kirsten Besner, Dallam County 4-H. Let's give our black cross champion, reserve champion, another round of applause. I apologize, big mistake on my part. Our champion black cross is Aniston Patsky, Idalou FFA, and our reserve champion black cross is Stiles Patton, Milam County 4-H. Again, I apologize to the exhibitors and to their families.
And we'll move to our final division of this 2023 show. We're going to bring in our first class of other crosses. These steers will range in weight from 1,000 to 1,049 pounds. And in the other cross division, we will be placing 7.
So we start in the last division of the day. I think, again, I liken this to putting together pieces of the puzzle as they walk in. Chris is evaluating and making quick decisions. And there's the calf in particular that starts off. His big piece of the puzzle that he's missing is his rear feet need to be modified. But you get past that, and he's good in terms of the dimension he has up high. No doubt he opens up with tons of power down his top. He just needs to be more correct in that regard. I've said a lot of times that I just absolutely enjoy visiting with your kids, and as we've gone on, I've asked more questions about how they're doing today and got some responses. And one of the things in Texas that I absolutely appreciate is your kids. And one of the things that your kids do, they're very, very polite, and you wouldn't go to other parts of the country and be addressed as ma'am or sir everywhere. And I think that's just part of your culture and absolutely another thing that makes your state so unique and your event here as well. Again, a tremendously heavy muscled steer here. Young man is just doing an excellent job. Steer that's a little bit excited out here, but he's just got tons of muscle shape in him. Love that about him. Just doesn't maybe get out and go quite as well with it. The yellow calf, you do a tremendous job of getting this one shown. Absolutely not a question of her showmanship skills. He's so striking as you get off to the side of him. Just needs to function better out of his hip and hind leg motion. He just gets a little bit straighter in his hock. Dimensionally, one of the widest cattle in this particular class that the young man has here. No doubt he spreads muscle shape throughout, just chocked full of it. But that muscle shape comes with a little bit more restriction up in his upper hip. He just doesn't get out and motion quite as well. Cattle here, a little bigger framed. Just give him a little bit more substance, but boy, I can tell you put in the work on his skin and hair, and it's definitely evident, your efforts and showmanship. Same holds true here, young lady. Doing a great job. Cattle that just need to be dimensionally wider, and obviously we're representing an industry that goes for end product, and so when we don't have enough to them, I think you're at a sacrifice from a market-ready standpoint. The opposite here, this guy is good in that regard. We just put him into the show ring. He doesn't have the extras in terms of bone and foot and just overall groundwork. He wants to plane up a little bit. Just a fundamentally good feeding kind of steer here. His forerib is great. Love the way he comes into his flank as he gets out and goes off of his hind leg. I just wish that he would motor a little bit better, just a little bit more ease and just overall functionality. Young lady's gray steer directly in front of me is arguably one of the heaviest muscled cattle we have absolutely seen throughout our 3 days here. Unfortunately, though, he's just got to handle his structure better to go with it. Needs his bone work to match what he has in terms of muscle shape. But boy, if you like him stout, he certainly is that. This is another very, very nice calf. Just doesn't have the extras as some of the others. A big round of applause as they head on out of the ring.
We have an announcement for those who are coming to pick up tack for moving out. You have a 30-minute limit when you come in. No parking. If your vehicle's been here for more than 30 minutes, we need it moved. We need to get cattle moved in and out of here. In Class 2 of other crosses, we're missing steer number 60227. Again, steer 60227. We need you coming forward for classification.
Well, a difficult but very good class here. And first of all, compliments to our ring help. I don't know what they brought me here. I don't know how to pronounce it. Probably cost $14 or something, but it's doing a little good. So thank you guys. Nice class, very nice class. As you expect, kind of in this light AOC class, you know, lots of variation, lots of different types and kinds. You got to weigh stuff out in your mind. You got to kind of piece some things together, but it is very, very high quality. Give these exhibitors a big round of applause, if you would, on an excellent, excellent set of cattle. I guess 7 sale slots, and we'll start there and work our way up. The black and white steer, one of the very, very unique looking steers in this group. When you get him parked, he's got a good silhouette. His lines are good. He's very, very muscular. You know, if you just snap a picture of him, then you'd say, hey, that thing could be further up the line. He's just too tight and coarse in that hock. He needs to go better for me in motion to get him any higher in this class. The gray calf right there in front of him, we need more balance in that steer. He's a little too deep fronted relative to his flank to balance out. He's got a really good handle to him, very uniformly finished. He is enough sounder off that hind leg that we kept a closer pair there the way that I sorted them. Good functional white steer that comes next. He's maybe not show steer looking. He needs to be a little neater up front. He needs to be better in his chest floor and the lower part of his shoulder. He just rounds a little bit in his hip. And I think if you followed me, fundamental matters. Practical market steers matter. He fits that description. He's sound. He's big-bodied. He's muscular. He's fed well. He's got terminal merit potential. So that's why he's up here in this top grouping, even though he may not be the prettiest steer that walked out here. He's got the basics, and I like that about him. A little more look in the red baldy steer that comes next. Much neater up through his front end. Again, a very, very nice, balanced, attractive look to that calf. I wish he had just a little more shape down his top. And when we set him out in motion, he's a little up on those front toes. He needs to be laid back in his shoulder and in his knee so that he can reach a little better. Longest bodied steer, neatest fronted steer that we probably got in this top grouping. You know, and that left us with 3 steers here that I really think you could jumble those 3 up, place them whatever direction you want, and I'm not going to say you're wrong. You know, maybe one of the challenges that you've got in this trio of cattle is experience in the show ring. You know, and I think you see it. I think you see it in second and third here, 2 young people. You know, this young guy in the cowboy hat, he's a hand. He gets it done. He knows how to stick that one. And I don't think there's any doubt the experience of this young lady on the gray steer in second helps to show everything that's good in that calf. But I will tell you, the longer and longer I break the steers down, and that's my job, is just to break the cattle down and try to take showmanship out of the equation. I think the back 3/4, you know, 2/3 of the yellow steer is easily the best in this class. Now, do I need to make him a little neater up front? Yes, I wouldn't mind that. I'd like to neaten him just a touch there. That guy has absolutely the freshest, biggest, best top in here by far. He is the most uniform and correctly finished, and he easily has the best hip and hind leg. You know, so to me, there was just way too many pluses in this guy to get too hard on the little pieces up front that I'd like to modify in him. And when that guy goes in motion, everything stays together because he is very sound. Maybe a little bit down in that front pastern and longer in that front toe, but he reaches good, and I like the way he goes. And in particular, I think his hip and hind leg has a big advantage over both the cattle behind him. As we mentioned, the young lady's steer really gives you a good look in large part because of how good she is at elevating that head and keeping him put together. He's a steer that kind of grew on me the longer we were out here. Nice shape to that steer. He's got more top in him, kind of stair step, freshest, biggest top in the gold steer. Then the next biggest, most expressive top comes in the gray steer. He needs to be a little better in his hock joint. His tail head needs to set into him a little nicer to be ideal, but a good calf highlighted by a great showman. Again, a very practical steer that comes third in this lineup. He's moderate, he's deep-bodied, he's been fed very well. Young man, you know, and I think we loin cattle too often, but some people know when the kind of steer that needs to be loined. This steer is a little round in his hip, and you'll notice at the right times he always gives him just a little bit of a loin, and sure enough, it kind of levels him out and gives him a nice look. Soft-middled, functional structured, but a little round in his hip. And the difference maker to me, that guy just needs a little more top in him. He needs to be more expressive. He needs to be more shapely in his top. I knew you were a hand, man. You can stick one, but I like when you listen and like to learn something too. I appreciate that. Give them all a round of applause. Excellent set of cattle. Congratulations, those young people.
And in Class 76 of other crosses, first place went to Jonelle McMillan of Atascosa County 4-H. Second place, Shelby Cones, Tomball FFA. Third place, Grayson McMurphy, Randall County 4-H. Fourth place, Harper Johnson, Nazareth FFA. And fifth place to Harper Simpson, Nolan County 4-H. Sixth place, Cass Pate, Marlin FFA. And seventh place went to Connor Appier of Bushland FFA. And with the second class of the others coming in is Class 77. We have 49 entries, ranging in weight from 1,050 to 1,129 pounds, and again, placing 7. We have had a cell phone brought up here to the announcer stand, so if you're missing your phone, we probably have it here. An announcement to the barn: if you are coming in to load out some cattle, if the number you're wanting to load is different from what you brought in, you need to go to the livestock office to get that cleared up. Again, if you're coming in to move cattle out of here, if you're hauling out a different number than you brought in, you're needing to clear it with the livestock office.
The ability of livestock people and those that show to absolutely hyper focus the energy it takes to get these livestock ready is amazing to me. And absolutely, these young people have put in just a tremendous amount of time at home to make this happen. And just because we slick shear steers doesn't mean you don't have to put the work in at home in terms of skin condition and still that ultimate hair. And I told the young man here on the end, he can come wash white ones at my house any day and get them dry because it is bright and that one is so well presented. So it is absolutely not a matter of the effort he has put in here. That calf just isn't unique enough in the way he assembles his hip and hind leg on a really good rib cage to get into the center of the ring, but he's still very, very nice. Calf here, muscle, 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 and he is just chocked full of it. But his basic build looks that way too, just a little rounder shouldered. But if you like stoutness, he absolutely is the answer because he does possess a ton of muscularity. Really good feeding cattle on down. You do a great job of getting this one stuck when he stops. He parallels up in those lines. He really lends to some attractive pieces. Just needs to come with more of this. Gray calf here's another one that you really notice a lot of good in terms of his rib and body. He's so smooth in the way he puts those pieces together. Just needs to stand down on more circumference of bone to go with it. Young man here, you did an excellent job of getting this one shown. Eye contact, love that. Just doesn't have the pieces in terms of softness, the skeleton underneath, but still a very high quality individual. Calf here, really smooth. I like that about him. Just needs to get out and function better in terms of his hip and hind leg. You set it into motion, and that's where the challenges come. Chris is going to finish evaluating as we head out and see if there's any others that head to the center of the ring. But boy, do we appreciate the hard work and effort, that ultimate ability to focus on these things all year long. Put your hands together in recognition for all of their efforts.
Attention in the barn, third class, other crosses, class 78. We're missing steer 59866. If you have steer 59866, we need you coming forward immediately.
Another very strong class. Give these exhibitors a hand if you would here around ringside. Excellent, excellent job. Decisions to make, though, and I think this class offers some challenge, maybe with one exception that we will get to in just a little bit when they come back from the chute. But I think especially toward the latter part of your sale order. You know, there was 4 steers down here that we really debated on the last 2 slots out of the 7 in the sale order. And, you know, unfortunately, that's one of those things that is it's difficult. There's no right or wrong necessarily. And yet, in the heart of a young person and their family, I get it. I know, I just get it. It's hard to, a tough pill to swallow. And these 4 steers right here, I think we could have had a different judge shake them up and put them in a different order and not be wrong. You know, and again, 2 of you make the sale and 2 of you unfortunately don't. But I want you to know what I see. These 2 steers, even though Chris already talked about them, good doing, deep-bodied, easy-feeding cattle that handle with some cover on them. The yellow calf, just so much brisket and chest in him that it throws him out of balance too much. And a little the same holds true for the gray calf, a little rounder hipped and a little plainer up through his chest as well. Ultimately, these 2 steers got into the sale because they had maybe some pieces that were more catching, more extreme, if you will, but really, really good in some areas. But if you find a way to just say, yeah, but I can read these as more functional and moving them up a spot, I'm not going to argue with that completely. This yellow calf, we went back and forth, and ultimately I just said there is way, way too many great pieces in this steer for him to not make this top 7 for me. If we change his hocks, he's up there with the top 2 or 3 cattle in this class. He is that good in his other areas. He is good looking. He is big topped. He is thick ended. He's appropriately finished at this stage in the game. Structure's meant too much to me for the last 3 days for me to start sacrificing it at that level now. And truth be told, he moves a little better than his hocks actually would indicate, but it is way too coarse and way too much for me to move him up any higher than where he is. But that calf is really, really good where he is good. In contrast, it's right here where this guy's awesome. Boy, what a look. That guy is smooth. He is deep. He handles very uniform in his finish. Aside from his tail head, I love his balance and his look from the side. Unfortunately, you got to take a step behind him, and you realize, uh-oh, not quite enough muscle to get any higher than we've got him. Love his structure, love his balance, and look, I just need more power in that guy to consider getting him any higher. The next calf is one of those that just kind of slid into this next spot for me. He doesn't necessarily overwhelm you in any one area. I wish everybody got a chance to put their hands on this guy because he's got a really, really thick top in him. He's really good in terms of degree of cover, just a little out of balance. He's a touch deeper up through his chest than he is back through his rear rib and flank, and that keeps him out of this top grouping. Our 4th place steer is definitely one of those that, you know, I pulled him on the lead, and I told Christian when I did, I said, that steer's not overwhelming, but I just think he's solid, just really solid, and I think that still fits him. Tremendous length of body, very smooth in the way he transitions everywhere. Again, very, very correct in terms of fat cover. He's not as aggressive in his muscle shape as those cattle in front of him. He doesn't exactly meet his stride when he gets out on the move, but he's clean jointed and he has enough flexibility. I think it's more a product of being so long-bodied that he doesn't exactly hit that step. But a smooth, correct made, just good, solid steer to find our 4th hole. You know, these 3 cattle pretty quickly found their way to the forefront. Give those exhibitors a nice round of applause, if you would. Excellent, excellent top end here. You know, I thought it got very, very close for second. It was never a debate. There's your winner. That is easy. That's the kind we've been looking for, for the last several days. I mean, he's not a great big steer, and I'm sure we got more to come, but I think he represents exactly the big picture things that we've tried to hunt for over the course of 2 days. And, he's fresh, he's big topped, he's really correct when you lay your hands on him. He's still got the look of a show steer. He's so neat and fresh and still reasonably youthful up through his front end. A little longer footed, but still gets out and has great flexibility in terms of his structure. I think outstanding steer, and he wins easily, in my opinion, in this class. 2 and 3 is where it got closer. But honestly, I shared my thoughts with Krisha, and she said, man, she said it right away, you're dead on the money. I really wanted to make a case she wanted to make a case for the 3rd place steer, but the longer they're out here, the more and more comfortable we are that this steer's just more like that winner, and his biggest advantages all start at the ground. He's more correct in the shape of his foot. He's especially more correct in the angle of his hock, the set of his knee, and the way he goes off of both ends. You come up from there, he handles with a little bigger top, and he's got a little more depth of body. Like to sit his tail head down in him. He's not as massive as that winner is, but that's a really good steer that's tough to dig big holes in. And that's in this class, that's going to get you second, because that one up there is tough to dig holes in and is big time looking. But this is a really good steer here in second. Young lady in third does an awesome job of presenting this calf. That's the neatest necked and fronted steer of the group. Beautiful in his top line, really level out of his hip, just a little too stilty off both ends of his structure, and just a little tighter through his center body. That's what it boiled down to. Awesome class. Great leadoff winner, but excellent depth. Give them one more nice round of applause as they head out of the ring for us on a great set of AOC steers.
In Class 77, black other crosses, first place went to Gus Smith, Comal County 4-H. Second place, J.C. Thompson, Crum, FFA. Third place, Jenna Contreras, Byram Steele, FFA. Fourth place, Case Morrison, Lavernia, FFA. Fifth place went to Zane McCullum, Howe, FFA. Sixth place, Brecken Shipman, Johnson County 4-H. And seventh place to Cora Ford, Westlaco, FFA. And as we bring this class of other crosses into the show ring, this is the third class. It's Class 78. Will range in weight from 1,130 pounds to 1,199. There will be some 52 head in this class. And once again, we have had a cell phone brought up here to the announcer stand that was found down in the exhibit area. So if you've lost a cell phone, we probably have it here at the announcer stand. steer exhibitors in the barn, just a reminder that all placing steers except breed champions and reserves and first place steers must go to the TLMA pens. Again, we're holding breed champions and reserves and other first place placing steers. All others must go to the TLMA pens north end of the auction barn. And as well, if you have a non-placing steer that you would wish to sell, you can take it to the TLMA pens as well. The floor price is $1.57, and be sure and take your disposition card with you.
I am certain that every one of you left home with the ideal goal in mind to make the sale. And on top of that, a piece of the puzzle to get there is to end up in the center of the ring. So absolutely, if you're disappointed, there's a lot of time and work that goes into this to end up on the outside. And this class is absolutely tremendously deep. But Chris and I both went back through from each end and pulled a couple cattle, and he's going to continue to do that on the other end. And rest assured, we have given you all 2 or 3 looks out here, and still some cattle that are high quality that are going to head out the gate. Young man standing still, this one's very nice. I love how attractive he is, and the top side of his skeleton's levelness. He just gets pretty stilty off of both ends from a structural standpoint. So as a result, he just heads on out, but you have to appreciate just his basic show steer eye appeal. Another white calf here. It isn't a matter of muscle shape, power, product, dimension. He's wide pinned, ties down that way into his stifle as well. It just comes with some coarseness of shoulder. And certainly, again, one of the things we notice right as they come in the gate is there is just an absolute tremendous amount of talent here from a showmanship standpoint. We absolutely appreciate each and every one of your efforts out here. Put your hands together as they go out the gate.
We've got a loose steer in the ring. Watch your gates. Got a loose steer. Once again, for all of the breed champion and reserve champion exhibitors, you will receive 2 passes to get into the floor of AT&T Center, one for the exhibitor and one for a handler. Additionally, there will be 2 rodeo tickets in the name of the exhibitor over at the ticket booth at the southeast corner of AT&T Center that you can pick up. You'll also have the option of purchasing 4 additional tickets should you wish, and you will do all of your rodeo ticket transactions at the ticket booth at the southeast corner of AT&T Center. Attention in the barn for Class 79. We're looking for 3 steers. We're looking for steer 54, 928, 54, 928. Steer number 60, 569. and steer number 64242. Those are the 3 steers we need coming forward for classification. Again, steer 54928, steer 60569, and steer 64242. Bring your steer forward.
very good, but to me, probably the most difficult class that we've had in 3 days to sort through. And, you know, again, I echo what Krisha said when she was talking the group as a whole. It's so fun for me to just share my thoughts, but the only way we get to do it is by having great ring help, great people here to give us every look these kids deserve, to break them down, to be able to watch them a second or third time on a lap, pull cattle maybe that are going to end up fitting into the bottom end of a sale order. But if we had to rush things, we wouldn't be able to give young people that time and opportunity. And young lady right here that ends up, you know, here in the 7th hole for us in this class is a prime example of that. You know, that steer still comes off just a little shallower flanked and tighter off of his hind leg. But man, you start adding up all the pieces and there's just too much look and too much muscle shape built into that steer to not make him a contender here on the top end. And she kept sticking with it and showing off and highlighting those points that we really do like. He's a little harder to the touch over his last rib. And like we say, he just needs to go a little bit better, but neat looking, attractive, kind of youthful appearance to that calf that we very much like. Good practical market steer is the calf right in front of her. A little longer toed and shallower in his rear heel, but he still gets out and moves with flexibility. He's deep and good in terms of just having that easy feeding look, to the point that he almost looks like he's a little further done than ideal, but you lay your hands on him and he's actually right where he needs to be. I like that about him. A little more compact in his look and general makeup, a little frailer in terms of his bone work, but a good solid steer there that I thought was close with this next calf right in front of him. Here's a very good steer compositionally, guys. You lay your hands on him and the gold calf has got a fresh, very good top in him. He is incredibly uniform in terms of his degree of cover. You back off of that steer and he just doesn't quite highlight it with enough look. His neck to shoulder is a little awkward. He's got a little lower shoulder in him. That tail head sets up in him. Just a combination of little things that keep him from striking you with quite the extra show ring appeal he needs. But I very much like how on target he is from a compositional standpoint. Got very difficult for us from that point on, and this colored up steer is just a tough one to get a great read on. I don't know that his color pattern helps him kind of where his white is, throws him off at times. But the longer you study, I just see a lot of good, useful character in that steer. He's still very functional in his structure. Good body shape in that steer. He really is correct when you lay your hands on him. I very much appreciate that about him. He needs to be neater up front. He needs to be better in his chest floor. He needs to be smoother down in the base of his shoulder. But a calf that if you really just break down all the pieces, look past that color. There were times Krisha said, is he a little round in his hip? And I said, well, he's kind of got that white patch up right at his hook bones, and I see where you're seeing it. No question about it. But I actually think he's pretty good in that regard. He doesn't have the same aggressive top shape as the steer right in front of him. But again, just one of those cattle that I think the longer you really break him down, the more you start to appreciate in him. Definitely one of the most unique steers is the gold calf right in front of him, and a show steer look and presence about that guy. He's very heavy structured. As we said, he's got a little more turn, a little more shape to his top than the steer that's right behind him. Maybe even a slight advantage in that regard over the white steer in front of him. Again, one of those times where his movement I call acceptable. His hock I call not good enough to get around those two steers. That's really what it boils down to. You know, we've made calls on that throughout the course of several days. That joint work, the puffiness in his hock, just a little too much for me to get around these two cattle in front of you. Final two steers, and I would tell you we debated back and forth. We talked about the positives in both of these cattle, and ultimately, you know, the gray steer that's going to lead us off, I think your first impression of that calf is pretty solid. You know, his lines are what's better than the white steer, and in particular, his hip. He is so much leveler and better in his hip and better in his tail set that it finishes off what I think is just a very solid, nice, balanced look. I'm not going to tell you he overwhelms you necessarily in any one area, but just a good, solid show steer look about him. Maybe a little staler than ideal. I wish we could freshen that calf up, the shape of his head and his top shape just a little. He's got muscle, don't get me wrong. He has a big top. It's just not real bloomy like we've seen in some other cattle. He's in a good spot in terms of degree of finish. I just wish we could make him a little more youthful headed, a little fresher in his look, but I like the balance that he brings together versus the white steer. White steer's boldness of body, his easy feeding look, and honestly his comfort of skeleton are all things that we very much like. He's just too round in the way he's built in that hip, and it's glaring to me. It's enough of a difference that he has to be second, even though there's some parts of him that I like as well as anything in the class. And like we said, bolder in the turn of his body than that calf that beats him in this class. Just a little too round in his hip structure for me, and a little bit of chest in him as well. So those balance features are the difference in two very good cattle here at the top end. Excellent class once again, guys. Help me in congratulating these young people with one more nice round of applause.
And in Class 78, first place went to Jose Jimenez, Eagle Pass FFA. Second place, Corley Ballou, Runnels County 4-H. Third place, Aniston Floyd, Denver City FFA. Fourth place went to Cambry Bibb, Fisher County 4-H. Fifth place, Nadine Fisher of Dimmitt County 4-H. Sixth place, Cale Horton, Plainview FFA. And seventh place, Cassidy Bozeman, Idalou FFA. Steer exhibitors, we're missing 2 steers for class 79. We're looking for steer 60569 and steer 64242. If you have those steers, come forward immediately.
in the show ring right now. In our Class 4, all other cross class, we have 49 head. Weight ranges from 1,200 to 1,285 pounds. We'll be selling the top 7, Class 4 of our AOC. Attention in the barn, we have a lost parent, Michelle Fisher. Michelle Fisher, if you'd come to the announcer stand, please.
Just such an absolutely unique event. And those of you that are here or maybe watching on Taylor Fort's webcast here, the surface that we get to evaluate these cattle on is very fun. And kudos to your show administration for finding the funding to do this, because it actually makes Chris and I's job easier. But it's a challenge for you guys to show on, because it shows everything in terms of feet and legs, and it starts at that foundation, and that's where we make some cuts. The calf that goes out second, like to change the shape to that guy's foot, but boy, is he tremendously stout, absolutely powerful. He exemplifies meat animal shape, just need to modify that structure. Gray calf here, there is no doubt he opens up with a big back, leaves you with that same look from behind from a power standpoint. But like so many of his kind, he gets a little bit rounder in his overall composition. Young man, you do a tremendous job of getting this one shown. When I handled this steer, his eye contact and just poise is absolutely impeccable, and it certainly lends to get your eyes on that one. Just need to change him as he gets out and goes, though, from a structural standpoint. Another calf we noticed right as he comes in, super level design, but it doesn't take long on this surface to notice that he comes up short in his tracks, so he just needs to function better in terms of his angles off of both ends of his skeleton. Guys, we absolutely appreciate the quality of showman, the time that it takes to get here. Put your hands together, please, in recognition for those that are headed out.
Attention steer exhibitors in the barn. We're missing 3 steers for Class 80. We're looking for steer 54861, steer 59037, and steer 60555. Again, 3 steers for Class 80 need to come forward. Steer 54861, steer 59037, and steer number 60555. You need to bring your steer toward the show ring, please. Attention in the barn, we have a white gold dually sitting over here near the Futures barn. License number JHW1427. Think it belongs to Reagan Schwab. That vehicle must be moved immediately.
Well, another excellent class here, guys. Give our exhibitors here in this particular weight division a big round of applause. Excellent, excellent lineup. You know, again, some challenge here, decisions to be made. It was really, really close between 7th and 8th, and you know, we walked them an extra time. We handled an extra time just to make sure we felt very comfortable with it. You know, the calf that finishes just outside, and feel for that young lady. A little tougher in his skin and hair. He's got some puffiness on his hocks, a little rounder in his hip. He has a little bit more top shape than the calf right in front of him. But that red calf here, we thought just came together a little nicer in his silhouette. He's leveler out of his hip structure. And he's a little more correct when you lay your hands on him, just in terms of uniformity of cover. The freshness of his hide probably helps that touch, and I liked his joint work better than that steer. That's really what it boiled down to. Now, that calf needs a shot more muscle to get up any higher, though. I love his balance. He just needs to be more powerful and stouter. Two steers that are very, very much alike here that we pull in together and probably could go either way. Both of those are good fat steers. They're sound, they're big-bodied, they've been fed tremendously well to a point that they're starting to get just a little softer to the touch and pushing right up along that upper edge of acceptability. I guess for me, if you kind of come back and forth between them, the gray steer is probably a little neater in his chest and lower shoulder. Where I made the decision, though, is the gold steer's got more real top shape and dimension in him. So I think he has the ability to offset his fat with just a little bit more muscle than what the gray steer does. But two very good cattle, very useful cattle. They've been fed well. They're functional in their build. Just don't have quite that extra show steer look, in part because they are a little further along in terms of cover maybe than perfectly ideal. But two very, very good steers there. A yellow steer here that just kept moving up the line, and we talked about whether he falls here or behind the two bigger bodied, maybe more powerful steers. I thought he was just more on target finish wise, and with that he represents a lot of the same pieces that those two did in terms of soundness of structure. Mobility is great in that steer. He's just a little trimmer to the touch, and because of it, I think has a potential yield grade advantage when we take that one to the rail. He's smooth, he's sound. Now he's not extra lead up through his front end, and he doesn't have the muscle shape of those three cattle that are in front of him, but just a really fundamentally good steer that sits there in the fourth hole. That left us with three cattle up here at the top end, and kind of the longer they're out here, the more straightforward, I guess, it is for me. If you've taken a picture of the cattle that we've really gotten excited about over the last couple days, from a balance and a muscle shape standpoint, this yellow steer fits the bill quite well. I think he's really, really got a nice look to him. He's really good as you lay your hands on him and down his top. And, we get him out in motion, and that's where I would tweak him just a little bit. That steer's got just a little straighter hock than ideal. He needs to go with just a little longer stride off of that rear leg in particular. You may have noticed I handled down the front side of this show side leg right above his knee. I don't know what he's done. He's got a little swelling there, and I wouldn't mind cleaning that up also. But just way too much good in this guy. He really embodies a lot of the quality in terms of balance and muscle shape that we've tried to find during the course of these 3 days now. Just loosen that hock up a touch, and he'd be a runaway in this lineup, but I still think he's the one you got to find. I guess the biggest reason why is when I want this white steer because of the look of his hind leg to have more flexibility. Looks like it's built into him. He doesn't move any better, so I don't think you can switch it. That guy kind of slams his hind leg to the ground just a little bit as well. And I don't want it to sound like I think these two steers are unsound, because they are far from it. They're still very fundamentally functional in terms of feet and leg structure. But again, we get to this elite level, it is about breaking them down, and that's something I'd like to see changed in this steer. Young man does a great job of presenting him. That steer's got a little more look in him versus the chocolate steer that's there behind him. His neatness up front, a little more framework, a little more length out of the front side of his skeleton comes into his shoulder. Probably even though we could change the way he sets down off his hind leg, probably keeps it just a little more in his framework than the gray steer that comes next. Challenging calf based on his color pattern to really get a first glance at. That dude's good, guys. He is powerful, powerful. That is the biggest top steer of the initial trio, no question about it. And he still handles it good. That steer, for as powerful and stout as he is, he's not overly coarse in terms of his joints. He does sit that hind leg right on the edge of his skeleton. I don't think he gets it outside himself, but it's right on the edge, and that calf's just a little rounder at the base of his shoulder and the way that he's made out of his front end. But a power steer, a steer that still handles it pretty functional. I just wish we could smooth him up and give him just a little neater look compared to that top pair. That's why he falls in the third hole. But an excellent class once again. Give those exhibitors one more big round of applause as they head out. Powerful set of steers breaking into the low 1200s.
And the results of Class 79 of other crosses. First place went to Ellie Besner, Dallam County 4-H. Second place, Hatton Sides, Comanche FFA. Third place, Hayden Hoffler, Atascosa County 4-H. Fourth place, Alan Patrick, Waller County 4-H. Fifth place, Cole Todd, Swisher County 4-H. Sixth place, Adeline Reed, Swisher County 4-H. And seventh place, Evelyn Merks, DeWitt County 4-H. We're bringing in the 5th class of the other cross division. This is class number 80. It is a class that has some 46 head, ranging in weight from 1286 to 1399. Attention in the barn, we still have 3 steers from yesterday's show that must be taken to the TLMA pens. Nadine Fisher, we need your 5th place limousine steer. Brennan Henry, we need your 4th place Hereford. And Weston Lackey, we need your Second place, Red Cross. We need those 3 steers taken to the TLMA pens on the north end of the auction barn immediately.
As we work up to cattle here just shy of that 1,400 mark, I think they all do a great job of just wearing their weight well in terms of that combination of quality and yield grade, and as we do to their ultimate purpose and go to the rail with them. And there's some cattle that are just outliers in some areas and have extras in terms of bits and pieces, and maybe that's what works to their demise out here and doesn't find them in the center of the ring. Young lady's gray calf is one of those examples. Boy, he is powerful. Absolutely huge-ended, big muscular topped, that structure and function and just overall ease of movement. This calf's one that's just very, very loose built. No doubt he can pick him up and put him down, and we like that about him, but his looseness of build doesn't allow him to assemble together with enough look of quality as you get directly off to the side of him. Young man, here you do a tremendous job of getting this one shown. I appreciate your abilities there. A calf that's really smooth in the way he puts his pieces together. His motion comes into question as he gets out and goes. Just needs to be a little bit better in that regard. Again, absolutely appreciate all of your effort, your time, and investment to get here. Put your hands together as they head out the ring.
Steer exhibitors who showed black cross steers. Remember, if you had a placing steer, a branded steer, other than the champion and reserve or any first place steers, all other branded steers out of Black Cross must be taken to the TLMA pens north end of the auction barn. They're needing your cattle over there as soon as you can get there. We'd appreciate you taking them on.
Well, guys, another very strong class, and but a challenging class again. Boy, the AOCs have really forced you to kind of put your game face on and get out here and really break them down. And and not to say that there's a perfection in terms of putting this lineup together, because again, it becomes pretty challenging, especially here. These final 2 sale slots, I thought, you could justify a lot of different things with the remaining cattle that are out here. What it boiled down to is these 2 young men right here had cattle that I just thought were on target compositionally. I think they're cattle that have the right amount of cover at this weight. They still got some top shape in them, and still remain fundamentally sound in their structure. The calf behind him just way too mature. He's sound structured, but I don't know that I'm going to stake a whole lot of money on the fact he stays a maturity. I mean, he just looks too mature-headed, deep-fronted, and he's lost his top shape. Sound, deep. The next calf, his hocks were too much. The next 2 steers, for that matter, were too much for us. So cattle that remained functional enough in their skeleton while still having some cutability and some muscle shape. The steer that's right there in front of the 2 white calves, again, just kind of, the longer they stay out here, the more you say, fundamentally that guy works. He's sound in his feet and legs. He's deep. He's good finished. Calf that's got too much chest in him and doesn't have the top shape of the cattle that are out here in front of him in the top 4 slots. But again, feet and leg structure, doability, just an easy feeding look. Those things got him into this top 5 in this particular class. Then we had a pair of steers here that I think are really good in terms of their composition. Muscular cattle that at this weight are still high cutability. They've got enough finish on them to feel like you've got an ample choice or chance to get in the choice grade, and yet they've remained lean enough and muscular enough to keep yield grade right where we need it to be. The gray calf comes off just a little shallow in his body type and a little too tight moving as we get him out, but a neat fronted calf that's probably a little better in his shoulder than is the gold calf right in front of him. The gold steer's got a little more body depth. He's a calf that I really like in the build of his hip and hind leg. That's a big advantage to me. He just gets a little too coarse in the way that shoulder's made. It gets out in him. The top of his shoulder opens up, so he doesn't blend quite as nice from there into his fore-rib and body cavity, but a power steer that handles really well. And as we said, 2 cattle that are very correct in terms of their composition. Here at the top end, 2 good steers, but really it was a 1-horse race the minute they came into the ring. That calf won and won pretty quickly. I think in terms of balance and power and show steer look, he's the one that comes to the forefront real quickly. Compositionally, I think he's a major step ahead of the white calf that's behind him, because he's got enough of a harder muscle shape to him that he's going to have a cutability edge in that particular pair. Can we nitpick him? Absolutely. Boza's hock a tick, and he's got just a little bit of puffiness there. But from the side, you watch that calf go, he still gets out and covers his track plenty good enough. I don't have an issue with that. A calf that in this particular lineup I think is dominant in terms of power with look. But the calf that we keep coming back to here to kind of pair up with him most effectively is a young lady that's next, and that's a steer that he's proportional. I'm not going to say that he's like lights out great looking, but his pieces fit together good. He's good in his top line. I actually like his hind leg a little better even than the calf that wins the class. He's a little plainer to the touch. He's got a little more cover on him. Somehow his chest sits up into him good enough for a calf that has a little more bark on him. I would have thought, given his look and kind at this stage of his development maturity, his chest probably would have come out of him a little more than what it is, but is what it is in the way that he looks and the way he comes together from the side. I think that's a calf that just put the most good together to find a second hole in this particular lineup, just because that balance and proportion proportionality allows them to do it. Along with a young lady at the stick that can flat out get it done and pull that guy together and give us a look. Excellent class again, kind of a dominant leadoff winner, but a really, really good lineup. Give them a nice round of applause.
And in Class 80 of the other crosses, first place went to Mason Grady, Johnson County 4-H. Second place, McKenna Skinner, Robertson County 4-H. Third place, Dawsey Vincent, Guadalupe County 4-H. Fourth place, Caden Sumrall, Bronte FFA. Fifth place, Driscoll Aiken, Tom Green County 4-H. Sixth place to Cannon Redwine, Throckmorton County 4-H, and seventh place to David Garcia, Denver City FFA. Attention steer exhibitors in the barn, Class 81, other crosses. We're missing 2 steers. Steer number 58117 and steer 59556. Again, Class 81, other crosses. We have 2 steers that need to come forward immediately. Steer number 58117, steer 59556. They need your steer up to the show ring now. And Class 81 of the other crosses is our last class of the day. They're entering the show ring now. And these steers range in weight from 1,400 to 1,500 pounds. And there's some 40 head in this class. Once again, a reminder, if you have a branded steer other than a breed champion or reserve champion, or if you have a first place steer, those are accepted. All other branded steers must go to the TLMA pens, north end of the auction barn. We need to get your steers there as soon as possible. Again, all branded steers accepting breed champions and reserves and first place steers in their class. All others must go to the TLMA pens, north end auction barn.
As we start into your final class of the day, I would be absolutely mistaken if I didn't reiterate that a show of this caliber with this many numbers does not run as smoothly as this one has without the staff behind it. Let's put our hands together for all their efforts throughout the day, getting these cattle in and out in such an absolute organized fashion. It has absolutely been Chris and I's pleasure to work through these cattle. And like I said in many of the other classes on my final remarks before we let the cattle out, and that is that your kids are second to none in terms of quality, awesome to visit with. And I had the second response, and I've been kind of waiting for this all day. I asked a kid, how are you doing today? And he says, well, I'd be doing better if you pulled me to the center. I expected to hear that a little more often than I did, and I'm not encouraging it, absolutely. But heck, if you're not competitive and you don't want to end up in the center, then what are we doing it for anyway? So as much as that answer might not impress some of you, I found it interesting, absolutely. Cattle here that are going to make the lap. This is the deepest class we've seen in a while. Cattle from top to bottom that are just absolutely tremendous. And I'm not going to hit the big basics on any of these guys because there's cattle that are absolutely exiting that are certainly worthy of making the center in other classes. Part of this is just absolutely the luck of the draw. I know each and every one of you has a fan club, and if they aren't here, they're watching on Taylor Fort's YouTube. But guys, please, once again, one last time, put your hands together and make some noise as they exit the ring.
Dr. Skaggs, he got quiet. You know, before we even rank these three, I like to give credit where it's due. Every single steer standing out here could have potentially made the sale in a previous class. I know that's a hard thing to take, and I know, you know, that's something that maybe is no consolation prize to you, but I have to tell you how good these cattle are. Give these exhibitors a huge, huge, huge round of applause. They certainly deserve it. We're going to talk the sale cattle. This is amazing. These are three incredible steers. It boils down to two of them that is absolutely nitpicky things we'll talk about. Pull them in for us, and let's weigh a couple of them. You're three, you're two, and you're one.
Attention in the barn, we have a loose steer out in the alley area, out in the stalling area. Watch your doors. We have a loose steer in the stalling area west of the arena. Row G. Steer captured.
Well, as they pull them around to the profile, spectacular, spectacular class. And I can't say enough. We're going to talk these sale cattle on the top end here. We'll get down to a pair of steers that I think are incredibly, incredibly good. But again, I just want to say one more time how deep and how good this class is. Young lady here with the gray calf that's going to wrap up this top 7 for us. Man, just so fundamentally good. He's long, he's sound, he's smooth in the way he transitions everywhere because his uniformity of finish is excellent. Great hide and presentation. Love him up through his neck and front end. A calf that's got just a little extra set to his hind leg and probably not as just fiercely shapely down his top as the cattle that are in front of him. There's a calf right there in front of him that does exactly that. Huge, huge top in that calf. Really powerful all the way out of his hip. Still, to me, as you back off of him, we're going to pick on some balance things, but he's far from a bad balanced steer. He's got a little lower shoulder in him. To me, the biggest deterring factor in him is back here in his hip structure. That tail head, the way it sets into his top line, needs to be smoother and better to be ideal. That's a power steer with a lot of carcass merit. No one does a better job today of showing a steer that ain't easy to show than this young lady right here. He gave her fits from the time they came in. It was tough to get a handle on him at times, but man, she rocked it. And she's got a very unique steer. He's not perfect. There's parts of him that need to transition and fit together better. But you talk about one cool neck and head, a huge top, a powerful hip, and still a good hind leg. All of those pieces are there. You start to look up the line, and it's just the way that he transitions through that middle third of his body that doesn't come together quite good enough. He's a little open in his shoulder. He pinches into his heart and forerib, and he's also a little off in the way he travels out of his front end. But man, that dude is really, really unique and a first-class showman at the end of the halter that's done a great job of presenting that calf for us. His steer here that sits in fourth, he's one of those, much like we've seen throughout the course of the show. He may not jump and grab everyone. I am just one of those people that are drawn to just fundamentally good livestock. They don't always have to have every single bell and whistle in the book, and he doesn't, but he is super sound. He handles impeccably. He is so uniform, so good in his degree of cover. He gets out and covers ground in motion. In fact, a little better in that regard, maybe even than the steer that stands right there in front of him. But he stayed in front of that chocolate-colored steer just because the way he hooks up from his shoulder into his forerib, the transition, the smoothness that he's got. That is a heck of a practical, good steer. Stouten him up just a little bit in his bone work and just give him a little more pizzazz. That's what those three steers in front of him had, was just that immediate striking look that says big time. And these three cattle have that immediate striking look. We'll get to that pair in a second. Young lady, I know you didn't come to San Antonio to be third. I get it. And, you know, we were just talking about how many classes this steer would have won during the course of the 3 days. And again, you know, I'm not going to apologize because I know that those are two amazing steers, but I hope you know how good we think and know your steer is. It really boils down to just a couple little things, and mainly his hind leg. You know, it's that hock that needs to be changed. You watch him go away from you. He's not nearly as square, as true, and as comfortable in the way he handles his hind leg. As a result of it, he's got a little extra joint coarseness and puffiness to his hock also. There's been cattle that have won classes with that. Heck, there's been cattle that have won breeds and had that. And you run into these two steers, unfortunately, today. But you came here to run with the best, and you ran with the best. That's a hell of a good steer right there. Give that young lady a nice round of applause, if you would, as well. As good as this class was, though, guys, I turned to Krisha as we finished the cattle coming in, or we're in the last couple. And I said, this is it, isn't it? I said, you know, there's a couple of them that have walked in here that are pretty special, and sure enough, here they stand. And you know, if you're a fan of second over first or first over second, hey, I'm not here to argue with you. I'm just going to tell you what I see as the subtle differences between the two. I'm sure there are breeders, people that have helped get these cattle to this point that would argue theirs over the other one and vice versa. That's cool. That's what this is about. If you didn't come here loving your own daughter or the person you sold the steer to or the genetics behind the calf that's here, then there's not much point in us doing this. And I say this a lot at shows. I'm fortunate now to have a son that has started showing the last 2 or 3 years. And let me tell you, every single time he walks into the ring, I'm his biggest fan, and I always will be. And I'm a little barn blind myself, and I want and I hope for my children, just like I know all of you guys do. These are two killer good steers. They're sound, they're stout, they're good looking, they handle on the money. They were designed to come to San Antonio, and they are at 12 o'clock, and you see it in them. I'm just going to share the little differences that I see between the two cattle, and that's all I can do is to sit here and tell you they are absolutely flat-out awesome steers. The difference is for me, the gray steer, some subtle things related to balance. I think his chest is just a nickel better, and the biggest thing to me is his tail head and the way that sits into his top line that finishes off, I think, an extraordinary look in that steer. Muscle's not a difference. They're splitting hairs. Degree of finish, not a difference. Structure, both incredibly sound. I think he comes at you just a nickel better from his knee down to the ground. I think the yellow steer is actually maybe just a tick better from his ankle to his foot as he goes away from you. You know, those are getting nitpicky. I think just it boils down to back off of those cattle. And he's got a little nicer head, a little better tail head, and those pieces finish off what is an extraordinary look. The yellow calf's got just a little more length of body probably, but you know, those are two nitpicky things, or little nitpicky things that sort them. You know, that cod and the tail head and the shape of his head, you know, we can, you know, if we're getting into those things, then we're obviously in love with a pair of steers that are really, really good. Powerful, sound, good looking, on the money. That describes them both. Give them one more big round of applause on an awesome, awesome pair and a phenomenal class.
And in our final class of other crosses, first place went to Ashton Floyd, Denver City FFA. Second place, London Bird, Lubbock County 4-H. Third place, Kendall Rust, Kendall County 4-H. Fourth place, Keegan O'Leary, Brock FFA. Fifth place, Callie Schneider, Marion FFA. Sixth place, Bailey Henderson, Lorena FFA. Seventh place, McKenna Shraminsky of Atascosa County 4-H. All of these youngsters, a big round of applause, a great set of cattle.
We'll now move into the selection of our champion and reserve champion AOC. I'd like to announce the first place winners of each class. From Class 76, we have Janelle McMillan from Atosca County 4-H. From Class 77, we have Gus Smith from Comal County 4-H. From Class 78, we have Jose Jimenez from Eagle Pass FFA. Class 79, Eli Besner from Dallin County 4-H. Class 80, Mason Grady, Johnson City 4-H. In Class 81, Ashton Floyd, Denver City FFA. In the show ring, we have our second place winners of each class. From Class 76, we have Shelby Cones, Tomball FFA. Class 77, J.C. Thompson, Crum FFA. Class 78, Corley Ballou, Runnels County 4-H. Class 79, Hatton Sides, Comanche FFA. From Class 80, we have McKenna Skinner, Robertson County 4-H. In Class 81, we have London Bird, Lubbock County 4-H. Let's give our AOC winners a round of applause.
Well, guys, what an incredible 3 days. Can't wait for this evening and a chance to recognize all of those breed champions as we get to the rodeo. And it's been awesome. It has been everything that Chris and I could have ever expected and more. And, you know, while there's a crowd here, you know, on this final drive, I want to make sure that a couple of comments get made. And I know it's been said a lot. But, you know, I don't know how many exactly head of cattle we had, 1,600 and some, whatever it is. We've pushed a lot of cattle through this ring, and of course, the 2.5 days. And what I love about it, and it's something that's very, very important to me, I know how much effort you guys put into this. And it means a lot to me to be able to give every young person that walks in this ring the look that they deserve. You can't do it without the people to help you do it. And if you would help me one last time in thanking all of our volunteer group, all of those that run the show, they make it pretty special. I don't know what it is, but we're getting to this moment, and I'm actually getting my voice back. Must be something pretty special. And this is the other thing I will tell you, and I hope you guys, take this to heart. I mentioned it on day one. Sale slots are at a premium. I get it. And that's one of the toughest things for young people, to deal with, is being so close, so close. And Christian and I spent a ton of time in the last 2.5 days talking about 4th versus 5th, 6th versus 7th, 2nd versus 3rd. Wherever that sale slot stopped, we made sure, and I'm not saying you had to agree with what we did, but never once did we pull a steer in quickly. We made sure that we were making a decision that we were absolutely 100% secure with, comfortable with, and felt like it fit the things that we had tried to do during the course of these 2.5 days. And again, you can't do that, first of all, without great help to give us all the looks they need. But also, that's a big part of what Krisha has been part of in the last few days, is helping me to make sure that we did all those things the way they needed to be done. So with that, I'm going to make one last comment, and then we'll pick you a champion. And it's about this young lady that's out here. Those of you that were here on day one, before that first wave left, I made these comments, and I'm going to make similar ones again. And I think this is very fitting. This young lady, I've never had the good fortune to coach anyone any more talented than what she is. Absolutely a spectacular evaluator. One of the fierce, truly fierce competitors that I've ever had the good fortune to work with. And most importantly, she does things the right way, and that's why I asked her to be part of this, is because I believe in her abilities as an evaluator, but even more so, I believe in her as a person and the way she would handle young people, and I couldn't have been any happier with the way those things went. And I'm going to share just a quick story, and hopefully it doesn't get her in much trouble, but this young lady, several years back, I guess she was talking to somebody, and they were talking about judging opportunities, and she said, man, it would be awesome someday to get a chance to judge a Texas major steer show. And unfortunately, that person on that day said, well, you'll never see a female get to do that. And that's not why I asked her to be part of this. I want to make sure that is totally clear. But I also want you to know that that is total BS too. And you're gonna see her here, not just in an associate role. I think you can tell her demeanor, her professionalism, her ability, it speaks for itself. I said on day one, I think if you opened a dictionary to rock star, you see that young lady's picture. And she is amazing at what she does, and a professional in every sense of the word. I think the world of her. I'm glad she was able to do this with me, and she's a pretty special talent. So put your hands together and thank Krisha for what she's done over the last 4 days for us. Great set of steers, lots and lots of champion caliber steers, 2 big timers, heavyweight. Congratulations, guys, great job.
And our champion AOC goes to Ashton Floyd, Denver City FFA. And our reserve champion AOC goes to London Bird, Lubbock County 4-H. Let's give our AOC winners another round of applause.
And once again, later today, all of the breed champions and reserve champion exhibitors will receive a pass along with a handler's pass to get down on the floor inside AT&T Center when the steers are taken in. Also, there will be 2 rodeo tickets at the ticket booth on the southwest corner of AT&T Center, where 2 rodeo tickets can be picked up. They will be in the exhibitor's name at that point. You can also buy 4 additional tickets there if you wish. Again, that location of the ticket booth is the southwest corner of the AT&T Center.